Hello guys, how's it going? My name is Alexander, also known as Andreevitz, and today I'll continue on my ongoing playthrough of a game Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with veteran included, playing as a conjurer, combination between shaman and shaman and occultist. And for now, I just want to go into the Port Valbury in order to complete a quest, and then I'll go straight into DLC. First DLC called Ashes of Malmouth. 1 second, let me turn off a function that allows me to auto pick up lore nodes, blueprints, and components with the help of trusty mod called Grim Internals. Those are just some functions of this mod. The other functions will include such things as highlighting my HP bar, as well as enemies' HP bar, and also highlighting the ability to see clearer the debuff that you have applied onto them. So all in all, more of a quality of life changes than anything else. This game does not break a game in any way, shape or form. It just makes things easier to keep track of. So when it comes to my main deals, my main means with what I am dealing damage, it's actually vitality damage, as well as utilizing for now mostly totems, such as Wendigo totems, as well as Corrupted Storm totem. But later on I'll also going to utilize the Sigil of Consumption, as well as Bloody Pox, which I right now am using.
That skill's not ready.
It's just that for now, those are the skills which are mostly useful for resistance reduction and debuffing my opponents rather than anything else. When it comes to constellation setup that I am currently working with, it's actually bad constellation with Twin Fangs proc attached to Devouring Swarm, and then Wendigo constellation with this proc attached to Curse of Frailty, as well as Sailor's Guide, just for the opportunity to unlock the Wendigo constellation. Same with the Jackal. Revenant constellation, its proc I had attached to Bloody Pox. Right now I'm leveling the Lotus constellation to have more energy regen, as well as physical resistance against default attacks from monsters. Let's see how this character will perform in Port Valbury. I mean, from time to time I'm also going to analyze this character strengths and weaknesses when it comes to his overall performance when compared to, like, let's say, Death Knight character that I previously had played. I think it's not only important and interesting stuff to do, but it also allows you to see more clearer the drawbacks and advantages when it comes to certain classes throughout the leveling process, as well as on the cap level, which is level 100. Like I said, it's an important thing for you to, well, if not listen, then do it for yourself, if you can. So this will make your journey more, how should I call it, interesting entertainment when it comes to you knowing what to do in certain stages of the game, what not to do, so on and so forth. So that's the thing that I am doing right now. I will be doing from time to time with the future characters. Alright, an amalgamation, that's actually really bad. Although my totems should work out against them. Usually you do not want to pull at the same time this tower thingy as well as ethereal amalgamation and fight them. Especially two amalgamations at the same time. I had these instances in this place where I was forced to do this sort of stuff right here. Yes, and immediately you can see the advantages of utilizing those totems is that some of them can be put through the wall for you to clear things with a quote-unquote cheesing strategy. In general, my fighting approach against those ethereals and whatnot comes in a form of debuffing them first and putting as many of my curses as possible preemptively, so that I will have all of my healing sources up and going mostly, as well as all of my damaging sources at the same time. Alright, things aren't looking that bad for now, but this is just the outskirts, this is not the port itself. I can immediately tell you the drawback, if you can consider it a drawback, is the fact that this character does not move with the same speed as and clear the content with the same speed as Death Knight. Why? Because, like you might witnessed, he has to play around his totem setup as well as his curses more often than not, so this is why he cannot allow himself to just went straight into the fray and press one button to kill things, such as the thing that I was doing with the Death Knight most of the time. He has to be played with a more strategic approach. Not only that, but he also has to... You have to have decent skill at micro and macro control, excuse me. What do I mean? Well, micro control is your character control, and macro control meaning what is your positioning and positioning of your totems when referred to positioning with your enemies as well. So you have to analyze it throughout the whole fight itself. If you remember, when I was playing at Death Knight, I was just mostly concerned with positioning of my character, and that's it. But with this guy, things is definitely going to change. And are changing. Nonetheless, it's a good character. You just have to play with his strengths and weaknesses, play around his strengths and weaknesses all the time. Even though this character is considered to be a beginner-friendly, I would argue that he's a beginner-friendly character when it comes to, well, let's say, overall his capabilities of clearing the game content. But when it comes to how well you need to play this character, he's not that beginner friendly in my opinion. I mean, someone like a force wave user is definitely going to be easier to control. But I'm not discouraging you, I'm just warning you about the possible drawbacks that you might encounter. I mean, every character has their drawbacks throughout the leveling process. Do not believe those guys who will tell you that no character in this game has their drawbacks when you're leveling up. It's actually vice versa. No matter who you decide to choose, you'll have your tough moments throughout the campaign, which will come sooner or later. It just mostly depends on your experience with this game, as well as your general experience of playing certain character or certain play style. Like, when it comes to me, I initially were so used to play like a Death Knight who has like one offensive ability, which was Force Wave, and nothing else. So when I started to search for another character for another playthrough, and I decided to go with the Conjurer, at first I wasn't that pleased, but this comes mostly from the fact that he, like I said, he needs to be played in a certain fashion, so you cannot play him the same way you play your Death Knight. So this is why I was forced to getting used to certain things that are possible and not possible at the same time with this character. You might have to do the same thing when it comes to your other characters. He's one of the biggest advantage of the Conjurer guy is the fact that he has a great healing capabilities from multiple sources. So you like have to think of it this way: if your skills are hitting something that has a life on it, I mean, I'm talking mostly about enemies, but you'll get the point. That means you're healing. You're constantly healing from something. Sure, later on perhaps there will be enemies that will not allow you to heal from them that efficiently, but as of right now, you can safely just heal from one source or the other by applying your totems, your curses, so on and so forth. So have I cleared this thing? Yep, I did. When it comes to how I level precisely, I tried a few attempts by leveling with the cultists and they were not working, so I decided to go first leveling with the shaman. I went with the Devouring Swarm and then into Indigo Totem and Storm Totem with Corrupted Storm and Blood Pact, and only after this thing I'll switch to Occultist. Went into Curse of Frailty, now Bloody Pox. Curse because I need to put something with my Indigo mark on it, and Curse actually has a very high uptime as well as good AoE area. And Bloody Pox because once again good uptime, and I decided to attach Race of the Dead onto the skill. Ethereal Clouds. Yeah, sure, I'll go from this side. The drawback, one of the drawbacks of this character is actually the fact that he does not have a very high resistance when it comes to physical attacks. So every default auto attack is going to hurt him more often, more harder than other characters, I would assume. So like you just heard, there are advantages and disadvantages.
That skill's not ready.
Can I go from here? Actually, let's turn to the right. I will definitely try to full clear this place just because I want to see, well, if you actually check my other playthrough, you know what I'm thinking about this place. I mean, I genuinely think that the Port Valbury and everything that's connected to it is actually the toughest roguelike dungeon. Even tougher than the ones you can encounter in DLC. But nonetheless, at least at first difficulty, you're going to have to completing this sort of roguelike dungeon. Because of the fact that you do need to have your reputation with the outcast as well as complete her quest sooner or later. I do also want to point out that you need to pick up as much ether crystals, ether shards as possible, especially ether shards. The two of early game components actually will become your go-to thing when it comes to crafting your end game stuff. I'm talking about Chthonic Seals of Binding as well as ether shards. Those two are required for you to have in vast quantities when it comes to your end game stuff. So try to gather them as much as possible right now. This will make things for you definitely easier at later stages of the game. Alright, I do need to go first to the corrupted thing. The altar. Let's preemptively put our totems. Oh, and I also forgot to mention one important thing. The longer the fight goes, the more beneficial it's to you rather than enemies, because you'll have more opportunities to stack your totems up and to have more reliable sources of dealing damage to your enemies. So if you can prolong the fight with any means that necessary, by no means do it. Alright, let's continue our exploration. Also, if you, like, I should have added this in the beginning, if you missed the other parts of my playthrough and you want to check them out, you can safely do it on Twitch video on demand or on YouTube. All the links you can find in the description. And one of the other important stuff, if you are a beginner, you can check my Grim Dawn tips and tricks videos that are catering mostly towards beginner-friendly guys who just started to play the game and want to know about some of the dangerous attacks from bosses, how to avoid them, what type of resistances you need to be watching for, at certain stages of the game, and vice versa, what you can neglect. So check this video out on my YouTube channel at your own leisure if you have the time. And another thing, if you are more advanced and you want to try Elite and Ultimate difficulty, I had made an edited guide. Grim Dawn tips and tricks for Elite and Ultimate difficulty. There I were discussing some of the changes that have occurred with bosses' behavior, such as more casting speed, more attack speed, different phases of the fights, so on and so forth. One thing, the other thing, some Nemesis bosses and their dangerous attacks, as well as what endgame components can help you throughout your journey of conquering Elite and Ultimate difficulty. So this video you can also find on my YouTube channel. Once again, it's called Grim Dawn, Elite and Ultimate Tips and Tricks. And as a bonus, feel free to, well, as an add-on, feel free to ask any questions in chat. I'll do my best to answer them. Can I go straight there? Yep, I can. Hopefully I do not... Hopefully I'm not going to stand on either ground more than I have to. Yeah. Because this thing hurts a lot. That was a bad pull by me. I actually should have focused first those manticores and then try to attack those elite guys. Got hated with Ethereals, which by default is going to mean that I'm going to encounter more elites from them. Yeah, sure, let's check those stashes around this area. Just for the gold purposes. Let's continue our exploration. I mean, I would assume that from this place I'll get... How many exactly? 2, 3 levels? I already got 1 level. So perhaps one or two more. Sure. Not the best legendary, in my opinion, but still. I'm going to fight against a boss. He already aggroed. That was a bad placement of my Wendigo Totem. I need to place it right here and stack them as much as possible. Reapply them if necessary. And he should be dead. Yeah, so when it comes to damage, like I said, when leveling this character, he is definitely able to outdamage the Death Knight with only 1 force wave. But this only when when I'm talking about the damage stuff, I'm not talking about the tankiness, as well as in general the defense of this character. So let's go back to town, sell some stuff, and then I'll go through the skeleton key door. When it comes to main campaign, I had finished all of the main quests. I had killed a Horion, so this quest actually will send you straight into the DLC. First DLC called Ashes of Malmouth. And in my opinion, when it comes to vitality damage, to be honest, I do need mostly DLC's faction, such as Cults of Soleil, as well as Barrowholm or Coven's Refuge. Because when it comes to vanilla faction, to be honest, with vitality damage, you're mostly going to get mediocre gear. So this is why, when it comes to first DLC Ashes of Malmouth, I'll definitely going to check out those two factions that I have just said, Barrowholm and Coven's Refuge, just to see what kind of equipment they can sell. Yeah, it's one-handed ranged. I'll sell this stuff, as well as this thing. When it comes to what am I looking for, to be specific on my equipment, it is vitality damage, vitality decay, and a bunch of resistances.
See you around. Got something you need stashed?
Alright, let's grab, well, craft skeleton key.
Scrap metal. Bring me back any blueprints you find.
And let's go into the port itself. I should have also said about the fact that I had applied from my previous Death Knight. I had bought those reeds that give you 150% bonus reputation to your friendly faction, so this is why you see some of them have already honor status, even though I'm on the first difficulty. Some of them even got revered. So this is the power of your reeds that will give, that can be transferable to other characters. Sadly, I hadn't bought enough of those potions of clarity. I had bought only 10, and this is way low of a number. In my opinion, you'll definitely need to buy at least like 50 or, to be honest, 100 or more for future characters. And slowly but surely I'm going to, like I said, clear this whole place out from those ethereals. I'm not going to rush. Especially because, like I said, this character is so vulnerable when it comes to just regular auto attacks.
Can't do that.
Have I? It looked like I could have clicked on something right there. Perhaps I was... Yeah, perhaps I was supposed to click on this rotting corpse. Yeah, those skeletons that you are seeing from time to time is actually skeletons from Revenant Constellation, like I said. The Raise Dead proc was attached to my Bloody Pox ability, which has a very high uptime. It has a chance of transferring this effect on the nearby target, so in general, a good thing to have in my opinion. Oh, they are coming this way, all of them. Fine.
Can't do that.
Yeah, like you see, my overall damage absorption as well as armor rating is very low, so this is why even those white mobs have the capability of hitting me quite hard. Two elites, I have to be careful around them. Yeah, good thing that they was debuffed.
Can't do that.
Perhaps my recommendation to you, if you are looking for a more defense approach, is definitely pick a melee caster. I mean, rather than range. But you can you can, if you're a beginner. I mean, if you're more experienced, you can definitely go with something like Conjurer that I'm playing right now. It all depends also on your preferable playstyle as well as just what characters you like to play in general when it comes to hack and slash games. I haven't cursed this guy. Nope, I haven't. I'm waiting for this ethereal pulse to vanish before proceeding into the next area. Alright, so the port itself.
Can't do that.
Yeah, you'll get your dynamite here or there in this place as well as scraps, but those are not the optimal areas to search for such things. There are areas that are easier for you to clear as well as to farm for those components. When I'm talking about dynamite, I'm talking about the Crowley's hideout. Oh, another elite. I'm definitely going to kill a lot of them in this place. Do not forget that what was I'm talking about, the lore notes on normal difficulty. You'll definitely, if you have a chance to collect them and read them, use it. Do not just throw them away, even if you know the lore note by heart at this point. This is actually a tough spot. Well, semi-tough spot, but still. All because of how much heater damage you can receive. Luckily, my healing abilities allow me to persevere. Oh, I'm in luck. This guy, the quest guy, actually is close to the initial area of the port, because otherwise I would have to search for him either closer to the end of this place or in the next area. And he aggroed towards me also. Fine. I do have to move from those ethereal things which he creates. Yeah, he should be dead. He definitely had some form of resistance towards my vitality damage. Well, good thing that my devouring swarm in combination with the this guy I'm going to take care of later. So yeah, good thing that I was having either swarm that have the chance of reducing, I mean, and the chance they reduce the... That was a lot of damage. Oh, of course, an abomination as well. Along with the boss.
That skill's not ready.
Your resistance is at an end.
Interesting. He actually went all the way through those buildings just for the opportunity to fight against me. Because previously, with my Death Knight playthrough, it was I who's supposed to search for him and lure, quote-unquote, lure him into proper areas. Oh, come on, stop with those ether clouds.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, one important thing with the vitality damage, you can safely go ham against those reflective guys. You're not going to be destroyed by them that much when compared to physical/internal trauma, so
That skill's not ready.
keep this in mind when fighting them. Oh, those commanders want to get a piece of my character as well. This could be a trap. Or it could not. I mean, it all depends whether or not you'll have an ethereal chest in this place or not. If you have, those crystals will block your way until you'll destroy your foes, your opposition. Come on, go up the ladder. I mean, the stairs. Yeah, when it comes to general item management, inventory management in this place, there will be a point when I'm going to just turn off the auto pickup function just for the opportunity to throw some items up, and from that point on only pick up those items that grant me some form of vitality damage bonus.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, collecting some more lore notes. Let's actually clear those houses first. I mean, I'm also going to clear the death room of this place, called the Flames of Valbury. Oh, I need to go all the way around to reach that area. Fine. I mean, I assume in this house. Yep. The layout can be confusing, especially if you are a new timer, but if you're going to complete the whole place, going to clear the whole place out, you'll definitely will find your way into uncharted areas. This is your death room, Flames of Valbury. Alright, I do need to move around. Yeah, those ethereal mages will going to say all of those lines over and over again until you eventually either got used to it or got bored from it. I mean, it depends on you, but still. They're not going to tell you something different. Actually, there is a chest which I can click. I was just moving back and forward.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, the dangerous of this place is that you cannot stand still for too long because of those ether clouds, because of ether grounds, because of some of those monsters that can create those clouds. So according to majority of more experienced players, this place considered also to be one of the hardest because of those factors.
That skill's not ready.
There is a secret area in this place as well, which I will show it to you as soon as I'll get there, which is in this house. Well, through this house. You just have to destroy this thing and then move here. I should have collected more lore notes. Yep, I did. To be honest, I do not think that I had my achievement when it comes to collecting all the lore notes in Port Valbury. So this means that I missed some of those storyline pieces when I had played with the Death Knight character. Don't get me wrong, the lore in this place is actually, and in game in general, is actually pretty good in my opinion. To read through, to understand the things that are going on. Yeah, so as you can see, with slow approach, without rushing, this character is definitely more than capable of kiting those monsters, killing those bosses, so on and so forth. Like I said, as long as you heal from something and apply your debuffs, you should be good to go.
Can't do that.
Oh, there is another entrance in this house. Almost forgot about this. Alright, let's actually go into this death room itself and run past by those pesky clouds. So the dangers of that room is that those geysers, which will activate from time to time, as well as you'll be fighting against flesh hulks. You'll remember those big guys that when they are dying, they are leaving those green pools, and it's harder for you to tell whether or not you are standing on those geysers or on those pools. Oh, it's actually weird that some of them are moving. I only now had noticed this. Do I have... I do not. Well, I was talking about whether or not I'm going to have
That skill's not ready.
those ether clusters that grant you an ability to absorb some of the damage from your monsters, from monsters that you're fighting. Yeah, so I should be good. Well, this is actually the dangerous pack because of those flesh hulks. I should not stand on those ether grounds, and I should be good to go. It's not a final wave, this is a final wave. Yeah, I do have my healing set up, so I should not have any problems in this area. I mean, to be honest, with Death Knight, it definitely was harder to clear this place when compared to this, when compared to Conjurer. But like I said, the
Inventory is full. I can't carry anymore. My inventory is full.
let me quickly disable the auto pickup function, and then I'll continue my thoughts. So, the longer the fight goes, like I said, with this character, the more beneficial it is to you than to monsters, because of the fact that you just saw I was able to stack up my totems, play around them, healing constantly, so on and so forth. So, with this thing in mind, monsters will definitely not stand a chance against your character. So, this isn't actually the end of this first area from Port Valbury. There is a second area, but I do need to continue heading north. Some explosions going on the background. I could just go to the left, if possible. Oh no, this passage is blocked. This means I should... If I want to check this area, I should go all the way back and then... Nah, actually, let's skip it. Yeah, those manticores can become a problem, especially against low physical resistance characters, because of the fact that they have multiple attacks in a short time span. So let's check what are those amulets. Physical damage, vitality, no thank you. And bonus to pets and electrocute. Same deal. Safely skipping those. Oh, amalgamation. Physical ether damage, and what is this? Fire burn. Sure. So the only boss that is left for me to kill in this first area is actually going to be on further on the top of this hill. Health. More lore notes. I need to back away. This is a dangerous spot because of those ether clouds. Ether. Elemental. Oh, come on. So this is the other drawback. You cannot read all of those items for too long, or else you'll have the risk of this ether cloud appearing and constantly moving towards you. And nothing good was here anyway, so let's continue. That was actually a weird sound, weird bug sound. I mean, Flesh Hulk hit the ground and I haven't heard his attack of activating.
Can't do that.
Another cloud, another group of Flesh Hulks. Which I am not pleased to have anything with, to deal with them. Just hell. Right, let's continue to move in this area. Yes, one thing to know that is that you cannot put two of the same totem in 1 second. You'll have a cooldown. I mean, if you're going to press at the same time your Wendigo totem as well as on your corrupted totem, they can be put one after the other, just with a short delay. So once again, important to note in my opinion. And just kite this guy around them. Alright, so 2 more lore notes. Let's check those items. No, no, no. Yeah, nothing for us. Vitality, oh, Siphon Soul, never mind. Elemental damage, so just skip those. Do not worry, you'll have your opportunity to fill up your inventory back to its full capacity when you are going to kill the last boss in the next area. If you remember all of those... Oh, I actually forgot to smash those spheres. Physical resistance, physique, brute force. This is ranged. So when you're going to kill a boss in the next area, final boss, there will be 3... Wait, where am I going? I have went into wrong direction. So there will be 3 chests which you can open, and from there will be a lot of items for you to collect. I assume the last lore node that I haven't picked is actually in that area, which I do not want to go back and visit. So this is the High Town. Reanimator charging. Alright, he's already dead. So by the looks of it, I cannot go... Actually, I can. I was thinking that I cannot go in the next area from this house. Oh, the stairs are blocked. Where are they going? Interesting. I forgot to add that your bloody pox also have a 1-second delay before the disease will take effect on your enemy, so every time you are putting bloody curse on them, just be sure that a second has passed, and only after this your healing effect will start working, or your reduction of offensive ability, or whatever the case you might look for when you're utilizing this skill. That's a shield, that's one-handed range, that's a Flash Hulk that's charging towards me. Cold damage, yeah, sure. I mean, on the previous streams, I was commentating that it seems like game is somehow... Wait, like... How can I go there? That's weird. So, I was mentioning that perhaps the game somehow memorizes the previous character that you had played, and previously I had played Death Knight, so this is why the majority of my gear consisted mostly of physical/internal trauma damage. Despite the fact that I'm playing the Conjurer that does not benefit that high from having it. Actually, does not benefit at all from having it. Oh, I had aggroed boss. Ether damage, fire chaos, pierce. Path to the north will lead me to the final boss. I want to explore further those areas instead. By the looks of it, this chest had only golden components in it, nothing more. Chaos poison, vitality, bleeding, yeah, two-hander, right. This ring could be useful. A lot of resistances, alright. Let's pick it up. Wait, I did not mean to pick up those sabatons. Fire, lightning. Let's go back outside and click on this chest as well. On the hill, I mean where those houses are, you can check the optional area for a hidden spoil further on, further down the road. Yeah, this guy sells you some stuff. Let me check if he has something with vitality damage. Usually he don't. Yeah, cold, ether, a lot of ether, and this thing I already know. So no point of me talking with him. Alright, let's aggro those guys closer to my totem setup. I actually shouldn't have ran through those stairs, instead just let them come to me. Chainmail Menhir's Will. Shoulder plates of thorns. Yeah, so far not that much items have vitality damage on them.
That skill's not
The problem with me having that low physical resistance as well as not that high pierce resistance is that those snipers will actually able to hurt me when they are in big groups. Same deal goes with just heavy hitting monsters. Oh, this actually leads backwards. I haven't completed this area yet. The next roguelike dungeon that I'm planning to do on this stream is actually... Oh yeah? Wait, why is he running? Come on! He aggroed first and then he ran away? I actually am purposefully not going to destroy this crystal, because I was risking a chance of it being a ethereal amalgamation. And I do not want to fight a boss and amalgamation at the same time, so this is why I decided to spare this crystal. At least initially. Vitality converts to lightning? No, thank you. Come on. Stop hitting me. Yeah, nothing interesting as well. I can go in this house, and actually I will, but a little bit later. Alright, let's stack those totems back. Debuff this obelisk. As much as possible, yep. Chaos damage, vitality damage, ether damage. Fire, ether, and something with elemental. Chaos. Yeah, at this point I should like stop enumerating all of those stats that some items have. Just because it's at this point foolish to expect the game like dropping left and right those vitality damage items that you need to have. Or just in general those items that you want to have. All right. I always was interesting of the fact that where did those manticores came into this town. I mean, I get from where the ethereal came and how they are were capable of bringing that many to here, but when it comes to those manticores, it was always an interesting dilemma for me to solve, where they actually had their numbers in this town. I mean, I can assume that they had came from outdoors when the town was destroyed. Or perhaps ethereals brought them with their main forces. Alright, reached yet another level up. Right now my leveling consists of putting 1 point into Mastery Bar and the other point into Wasting in Bloody Pox to have more vitality damage on it, but mainly to have a resistance reduction, to have an attack reduction when it comes to offensive ability of monsters.
That skill's not ready.
Especially when it comes to elites. And just in general, like those Flesh Hulks, bigger groups of monsters, so on and so forth. You'll get the idea why I'm picking this skill. The boss of this place is actually not that hard to deal with. I mean, it's 3 bosses, not 1, but still.
That skill's not ready.
With my setup, it's not go- Oh, actually you should also know the fact that your totems cannot be destroyed by either area of effects spells or single target ones, so they are immortal when it comes to environmental damage.
Can't do that yet.
Oh, I actually can hit him through the wall. That was interesting. Weird glitch where I was stuck on this ladder. I was able to put my totem straight on the first floor from the second. Dustly, those guys didn't even stand a chance.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, a treasure trove. I am in luck that I was able to find it in this place. But actually I do need to throw some items once again. Should be enough. Right, let's open the stuff. Physical damage, fire burn, fine. Blueprints, Marauder's Talisman. I actually do not have all of those blueprints yet, so this is good to have in my opinion. Alright, let's clear the remaining houses of this place, and then I'll fight against this boss. Oh, and also I see an elite right there. Devourer of Dreams.
That skill's not ready.
To be honest, instead of looking that much into those items, I should just... how should I say it? Memorize would be the good word. Should just memorize their... like... suffixes and prefixes, such as diamond and of blight, just to quickly determine whether or not I should even look at those items or should just pass by them. Yes, later on when I will have more inventory slots, so on and so forth, it will not be a problem to full clear those areas and have a lot of loot from them. But still, I think it would serve me or any other player more. It will give more benefits than drawbacks. Alright, let's go and fight against those bosses.
Come forth. Can't do that.
Wait, what? Why are they... Are they glitched? Well, one of them is definitely... Alright, so... That was actually weird. They were glitched initially. I mean, two of them were just standing in one place and not doing anything. Yeah, those shields that you're seeing on them is actually... It serves the same purpose as Cronley's shield. It protects them from all of your incoming damage. It lasts temporarily, so... Do not worry, you'll have your opportunity to strike them back. Yeah, the initial phase of this fight was weird. Two of them just standing and took like massive hits without even moving their limbs. Yeah, you can speak with her to get more of an insight when it comes to lore and what's happening. And let's check also those... This is actually a good view in my opinion, like those ether crystals and whatnot. Let's check those chests. I got a blueprint by the looks of it. Rising Phoenix. Lightning. Let's check them one by one. So, Fire Burn. Sadly, nothing interesting.
I can't carry it. My inventory is full.
Alright, so let's sell this stuff.
Come see what's left.
There was only one ring that has a good vitality damage on it. Other than that, I haven't seen anything useful from this place. Perhaps with the exception of this amulet as well. Sure, I'll lose elemental resistance in favor of having more chaos, ether resistant and poison. Yeah, those legendary items I'm going to sell. You might want to ask why. Well, the thing is that the longer the game progresses, you'll have two more variants of those legendary items, such as Empowered and Mythical. So if you start to stack and collect them now from normal difficulty, by the end of Elite difficulty, you'll not going to have your free space anywhere when it comes to transferable stash. And trust me, I just did the same thing with my Death Knight previous character, and I was forced to sell all of those quote-unquote low-level legendary items in favor of mythical versions. And even when it comes to mythical versions, you'll have more than enough on closer to elite and ultimate difficulty, excuse me, and picking this stuff now is only going to matter for you if you're not going for picking and stashing them. If you're not going for elite or ultimate difficulty. If you are satisfied just by playing normal difficulty. Yes, like this ring. To be honest, when it comes to those two quests, the Origin of the Slit, as well as Legion Retribution, I thinking of skipping them. Because those two areas are even have the same form of danger with when compared to Port Valbury. Yes, rifle with vitality damage, sure. Epic quote-unquote gear. Oh, those gloves I might actually wear to... well... nah. I was thinking of wearing them. So I need something of Void Harbinger. So this is the best when it comes to resistances as well as vitality damage and decay. So whenever an item drops with Void Harbinger on it, I might want to look at it more closely.
Put it to good use.
Let's take a look, shall we?
This is a ring. Actually, no, I'm reconsidering. I'll sell them.
See anything you like? Iron well spent.
Just because I'm confident in my ability to go towards Coven's Refuge and check what they have to offer in terms of equipment. I am sure that their equipment will be much better than ones that I'm having right now. Having to choose between right now. Oh yes, attribute points. So most of my points, like I said, will be put towards physique, and only some of them will be put towards spirit. As you can see right now, the difference is 39 in physique and 12 in spirit. I haven't even touched cunning. So I do need to go and speak with the outcast to complete this quest. And when it comes to her wares, she, when it comes to vitality damage, doesn't have that much of a useful stuff. Perhaps other than this, like 10 vitality damage, 35 decay, and 200 health. Alright, I'll buy those two. So, and reapply them. My scepter and on my book. Yep. Alright, so finally let's go into first DLC. Because like I said, I am planning to clear the Ancient Grove as well. That's the roguelike dungeon of Ashes of Malmouth.
Good, you're back. I struggle to admit this. You see, the Luminari have long...
Excuse me. My father and I were part of a...
Quickly accept 2 of their quests, and I do need to go right here. No. Yes, into Burwich Village. And I need to follow this road. Oh, the interesting thing that I forgot to mention when it comes to ultimate difficulty is, despite of you running around those quote-unquote low-level areas, when it comes to ultimate difficulty, all the monsters will be closer to level 100, and you will have your opportunity to, by killing those even lesser foes, you'll have your opportunity to collect from them components. You cannot do this right now because the game actually warns you that you cannot do it if monster level is too low when compared against your character, but on ultimate difficulty you'll constantly have this opportunity. This is why when more experienced players are talking about farm spots, so on and so forth, they are usually with the exclusion of Crucible as well as Shattered Realms. They are talking about running around those initial areas and collecting materials that you need. It's going to be a boss in this place, so be careful when you are near him. Oh, I do need to turn back on my auto-picking stuff. Let's continue to clear those ether crystals. I should have went there as well. Yep, now the coast is completely clear. And while I'm just running around, collecting some stuff, I'll use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all of those who is watching this stream and just tuned in, or perhaps had watched from the beginning, or any of my other videos, or just want to get a good portion of Grim Dawn gameplay. Nonetheless, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Andrievitz, playing a game Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with Veteran included, as Conjurer, combination between Occultist and Shaman. Main type of damage is Vitality damage. And when it comes to main skills that are dealing damage, it's actually a combination between Corrupted Storm Totem, Wendigo Totem, Bloody Pox. If you want to check other parts of my playthrough, if you had missed it, you can check it later at your own leisure, either on Twitch video on demand or on YouTube channel. If you are a more experienced player and you want to know a little bit about what can await you an elite and ultimate difficulty, I had made a tips and tricks video, Grim Dawn tips and tricks for elite and ultimate, that are discussing some of the boss's behavior changes in their pattern when it comes to higher casting speed, attack speed, as well as something new when it comes to phases. And also the stuff that can be dangerous from some of the nemesis bosses, which you can encounter later on in your journey, so you can check this guide out. Or if you are more a beginner player, you can check the Grim Dawn tips and tricks videos for beginner friendly guide tips and tricks. If you have also any question concerning the game or just in general, you can ask them in chat. I'll do my best to answer them. And I'm also analyzing from time to time the gameplay aspect of this character when compared to Dead Knight character with which I was previously leveling with until level 100. Some of the drawbacks, some of the advantages, so on and so forth. When it comes to wasting stuff, I am starting to see the difference in terms of monsters' attack damage when I'm getting hit by them. So this makes leveling of this modifier of a Bloody Pox actually worth it, in my opinion. Not just because of the flat damage aspect and the drawback of being higher energy cost, no, but it's actually more benefits when it comes to damage reduction from your foes. And having some form of a damage reduction, believe me, is actually going to be crucial when it comes to ultimate difficulty. It's not that noticeable right now, I mean, to a point, to a degree, yes, but when it comes to ultimate difficulty, without having some form of a damage absorption or reduction, it's going to be, I mean, your playthrough will turn into quote-unquote corpse runs. If you do not know what this terminology means, corpse runs, basically, I believe it's a term that was invented specifically for hack and slash RPGs, so this means that when you're encountering something challenging in your campaign, without applying a certain tactic to defeat it, you're just running back, you're just dying, running back, trying to hit a wall, quote unquote, then dying again, run back, die again, and this is what is called corpse run. I mean, you are throwing your corpses at something that you cannot defeat legitimately in the hope of overcoming this challenge. So this is why I was talking about, if you are not having a damage mitigation, absorption abilities at ultimate difficulty, you're going to suffer a lot.
That skill's not
Also, I was talking about the advantages of this character when compared to Death Knight. I mean, his biggest advantage, well, two biggest advantage. First of all, the longer the fight goes, the more damage he will be able to do to any target. Doesn't matter who are you fighting with or against. That's one big advantage, because of the fact that you will be able to... This is just 2 totems. You'll be able to stack like 3 totems now. And then if you're getting lucky, you're going to get 4 totems at the same time. I mean, not lucky, you're going to get them anyway, the longer the fight goes. And that's not even including the damage reduction from Devouring Swarm, Bloody Pox, and damage that they are capable of doing, as well as crowd control from Curse, and later on, the Sigil of Consumption ability on top of this. So if you have the opportunity to prolong a fight, use it. This is only going to benefit you in the long run. The other huge advantage, in my opinion, when it comes to this character is his healing capabilities. I mean, if you're dealing damage to some foe that has a health bar on him, this by default is going to mean that you're going to heal from them. So he has a very high attack damage conversion to health. So this is his two main advantages over the Death Knight. Physical Death Knight, remind you, I was playing Physical Death Knight before. He has his drawbacks, that's non-negotiable. I mean, every character has their own drawbacks. And like I said previously, do not believe the guys who said, oh, with leveling you're not going to have any problem with this guy or this guy. It's actually vice versa. Every character have their own advantages and disadvantages. It just comes down more towards when you're going to have them on what territory, on what difficulty, but any of your desirable option would have its pluses and minuses. When I'm talking about the Conjurer, his drawback is that he has a very low resistance towards physical attacks, as well as he requires from the player to have a decent amount of microcontrol as well as macro control. What do I mean by it? It's actually how well are you positioning your character against monsters, how well are you putting your totems up, your sigils, so on and so forth. You cannot just go into the fray and push every skill like this that I'm doing right now. You cannot just willy-nilly do this sort of stuff, especially against difficult fights, in a difficult fight. So if you will get used to it, and you'll have a good time of going through the campaign. You just have to keep those drawbacks in mind and you'll be good to go. Alright, clearing those Wendigos from this cave, as well as those cultists. I somehow managed to completely miss them. Oh, that's weird. Can I go back down there? I mean, I should be able to do it. Yeah, like through here. And I am using a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to auto pick up blueprints, lore notes, components, rare items, but most importantly, I'm using it for seeing how hard my character... I mean, how much my character is receiving damage, how much damage he's receiving, from what sources. So for me to determine his strong and weak points and play around them. Oh, those crabs, actually, that's the first time that they had spawned in this room instead of right room. Right, let's exit this place. For this character in particular, I'm also using a template, which I later will be linking on. This link will lead you to Grim Tools, where you can see how this character will look like at level 100. What skills is he going to have, what set he going to wear? I will be working towards obtaining the Dark One set, which can only be found and wear on ultimate difficulty. So this is my end goal. But first I need to go reach this point in the game. This is actually was one of the reasons why I decided to go with the Conjurer. There are some other characters that have the ability to quote-unquote target farm their desired set, the equipment at a certain difficulty. Conjurer is one of them. He'll definitely not the only one, but one of them. Alright, let's pick up their equipment. And continue leveling the Lotus constellation. After the Lotus constellation, I might go wanna pick something that will unlock the Solemn Watcher, because I need those yellow nuts for... Let me show it to you for what. For this guy, Ratosh the Whale Warden. That will give me even more vitality damage, healing source, but most importantly, yet another active constellation proc, which I will be attaching towards, I'm assuming, Sigil of Consumption. Alright, let's continue. Yeah, despite being from the same quote-unquote school, I mean vitality damage and whatnot, those cultists are dying very quickly from vitality damage sources. I forgot to smash this box. Alright, let's continue exploring. I'll actually go, like, stick to this border of the map. The other drawback, but that's a subjective thing in my opinion, is that this character is not that fast when it comes to how swiftly he clears and goes through the areas when compared to Death Knight. But that's to be expected. I mean, he has to set up his totems, he has to play around against his curses, debuffs, so on and so forth. Even if I wanted to go like straight into the fight, I would hurt myself by doing so more than benefit me. So if you are looking for a faster, like, moving, faster clearing character, excuse me, this is definitely not your best choice, in my opinion. So the only areas that are need to be cleared is this one. The skeletons actually can grant you, well, grant it's not the best word, can help you a lot when it comes to fighting against tanks tree, fighting against bigger targets such as bosses, monsters, so on and so forth. Because if you remember, well, I'll clarify nonetheless, even if you haven't watched my Death Knight playthrough, what happened. So when with the Death Knight, I was also using the Revenant as well as raising that ability, and more often than not, those little skeletons, because I was able to summon many of them, I assume that's the main reason. They were able to body block bigger targets, some of the Nemesis bosses like Musilok the Chillwind, some of the regular bosses such as Gargabol, and well, this bigger monster was moving like this back and forward between them without even trying to approach my character. So this is actually one of the benefits, in my opinion, to use this constellation as well as its proc. Not because of the element, I mean, in general, resistance reduction and movement speed reduction, but because of those, because of this extra, like, body blocking capabilities. Alright, let's continue. Slowly but surely moving through Gloomwald. Alright, I had found a treasure trove, that's good. To be honest, when it comes to elite difficulty, well, the moment let me rephrase it. So when I will get to elite difficulty, I only will utilize the elite difficulty just for close the like and reputation points with my friendly faction. That's not going to present any problem, because, like I said, of the fact that I am utilizing those writs for extra reputation gains with them. So with this character, I will be tackling against. I will be visiting the elite difficulty. I mean ultimate, not elite. Faster than with the Death Knight. And also, I was going back and forward on elite difficulty with the Death Knight because of the fact that with the Creek set, you'll have the opportunity to farm it even on elite. So this is why I had used this chance. But when it comes to Conjurer, my Dark One set can only be obtained on ultimate difficulty. So the only lacking options when it comes to elite is me going to level up with the rest of my friendly factions. That's one thing. The other thing is that applying those endgame components, which I was talking about in my Grim Dawn edited video for elite and ultimate difficulty, as well as gathering lacking devotion points, and that's basically it. So nothing super important will be on elite difficulty. Let's blow this barricade. And let's pick up this rifle. Any of the lore notes? Nope.
Can't do that.
When it comes to mana regeneration, I later on will also going to pick up the Lantern constellation. You might ask why, because of the fact that I am going to utilize the scepter and something caster with enough hand, so this is main reason why this constellation will provide me huge mana regeneration, as well as some resistances on top of it. I am starting to see sooner rather than later those elite flowers popping up. I mean, they were starting to appear only on Ugdenbach territory, which is a little bit later on. And I did said they are starting to appear. Sorry, bad English. Let's go back into the cellar.
Can't do that.
Oh, and Elite is already roaming. Yeah, this is kind of a bad spot. If I was forced to choose my quote-unquote battleground, I would have preferred something that I can kite around with, or just in general run around certain open areas.
That skill's not really.
This area mostly is a extra experience thing more than anything else, just because of the fact that you'll have some of the elites right here, as well as hidden spoils here or there, so you'll not have something major in it. Oh, that's actually, believe it or not, that's the first thing that I had noticed from those cultists. They actually have a Blade Arc ability that applies bleeding effect on you. Despite leveling my previous character up until level 100, I am still seeing something new practically every stream that I'm playing this game. I mean, it might have something to do with the fact that when I was leveling with the Force Wave... Come on, stop hitting me. When I was leveling with the Force Wave, it actually stuns those groups of cultists, so this is why I hadn't seen or paid that much attention to what type of attack they actually have the opportunity to do. So in this territory, I want to clear first those bottom areas.
Can't do that.
Or top. Well, if I'm going to go to the top, there is a quest monster that I need to kill anyway for my main quest. Might as well, right? And also, if you remember about those trees that look like you can click on them to gather something from them, it's actually pretty easy to determine whether or not they are enemies or just clickable items. If they have an HP bar on them, that means that they are enemies. If not, that means that they are just items. Yep, so this is the cave that I'm going to visit right now. This crap will die by himself. Alright, leveled up. This is a boss marked by a star that I need to kill. It's actually a giant crab.
Can't do that.
I should have put first my totems up and only then aggro him. Yep. As you just saw, the longer the fight went, the more damage this boss were taking from my sources, and he also got resistance reduction right on top of him. So do not worry if you think that this character is not suitable for a prolonged fight. It's actually vice versa. He doesn't feel that comfortable in a shorter skirmishes, but when it comes to prolonged and drawn out fights, he actually feels like at home. Did I picked up his quest item? I did. Fine. Let's leave this cave then. And continue to explore the Gloomwald area. And despite me being trapped, I was managed to swiftly got rid of those guys. This is another group of trees that had spawned behind me. Alright, let's go into it. I mean, this house only worth to visit if you want to collect the lore node in this place. Which I believe it's on the first floor. I mean, yep, this one. Other than that, you'll not have anything more in here, so you can just exit this place. I believe the passage to the left is blocked. Yep. Oh, there will be another secret area that contains hidden spoils in it. Let's not miss it. I almost forgot to mention when it comes to relic, I am using Torment. The next relic, I believe, that I'm going to be using is only wearable from level 50 or 75. I forgot right now, to be honest. Most of your components, when it comes to ether shards as well as chthonic seals of binding, you're going to put in general towards those high-end stuff, high-end components, as well as relics, especially if you need to craft the one that has level 90 on it. I believe it's called Mythical Relic. Yep. But for level 90. So now that this place has been visited, the only thing that's left to do is to clear the remaining of those areas. Actually, am I... Oh, I haven't unlocked the Coven's Refuge yet. So this is why I was interested whether or not by killing those elites, whether or not I'm gaining faction gains with the Coven's Refuge or not. Seems like I'm not gaining anything just yet. Alright, those guys are done. Let's check this area. Also, it feels like those Wendigos have a good resistance towards vitality damage. Because without my Devouring Swarm and Curse of Frailty totem, I mean Wendigo totem and Corrupted Storm totem does not deal good damage to them. Unlike those trees. Alright, let's kite you around a bit. Actually, you'll need this area anyway, but a little bit later, just for the quest. If you choose to help Barrowholm faction, they will ask of you to get rid of some of those Wendigo bosses. And one of them you can find in this area. There will be three. Two of them you can find at Ugdenbach, which is next area that I'm heading, and the last of them you will find... Excuse me, one of them you'll find in Gloomwald. Also, if you want to check their more precise allocation or location, you can check the grimtools.com website, and right there you have a world map with each area specifying exactly where you can find one or the other quest NPC, quest item, boss, so on and so forth. In case you feel lost and you want to check a quote-unquote guide, because like it's not a step-by-step guide in any way, it's just a map that will give you a general advice in what direction you can head, so feel free to use it. Alright, so this area has been fully cleared. Let's go into Ugdenbach. Hopefully Coven's Refuge will grant me an opportunity to buy something from them sooner or later. Let's see. I had almost managed to stack my inventory to full, so I'll sell some stuff in this place before checking up with their vendors, so on and so forth. So let's open this rift. And I do need to speak with some of them just for the experience gains and pick up some of those lore notes as well. I mean, you do not have to do this, the same stuff on Elite and Ultimate, it's just worth to do this right now. Another thing. So, by the looks of it, this is it. Or is it? Yeah, because right there you cannot pass through those woods or just borders of the map. If you want to be more technically specific, so let's just speak with them.
Welcome. I think if you all groom, what you ask will take me. I care.
Alright, so
My wares. I'll give you a good price on what I've got.
let's sell them some stuff. Elemental damage, no thank you. Lightning. Electrocute. Physical vitality. Wait, what about those gloves? Haven't just checked what parameters do they have on them. Yes, 200 with vitality damage and decay. That's the thing that I need. Lol joke. And with bonus to pets, plus some Conjure Primal Spirit skill. I do not even know. Well, I could assume because of the fact that it gives bonuses to raise skeletons that it most likely is useful for Necromancer rather than Conjurer. Nothing so far. Yes, almost full inventory. Worth of gold, but not anything else. Sure. Then I'll just check their stuff.
safe with me. Promise.
So,
See anything you like?
with friendly, I believe you'll have nothing on you. I mean, nothing useful other than those oils. Let's check respected and let's make things easier by typing vitality damage. Alright, now this is the stuff that I'm looking for, although caster helmet. Yeah, it's either this or bonus to pets, so I assume I'm going with this thing at level 65 then. Just have to reach this threshold. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Bonus to pets? Let's check the next menu. Perhaps something here. Bleeding life leech resistance. Level 84. Yeah, this thing is definitely going to be good at level 84. What about... Yeah, with scepters not that useful, but when it comes to offhands, this is actually a good one in my opinion. So, and the last menu, yeah, like same deal, but the last I'm not going to be looking at anytime soon. I mean, just the second and third option. So, this helmet. I mean, I might not have any other choice just because +2 to Devouring Swarm is actually good, as well as those resistances. Fine, but that's a bit later. Let's continue starting clearing the Ugdanbog territory. But first I'll go directly into Ancient Grove. Well, the other faction that I will be looking for a better equipment is definitely going to be Barrowholm. Yeah, around those areas I need to be extra cautious because of those charging brutes that are going straight into your face without paying that much attention to your crowd controlling abilities. Do I need to go here right now? I'll go there later, as soon as I will be finished with Ancient Grove. Let's click on this stump. So far, like, I do know in what area guess I need to be moving when it comes to progression of this character, as well as progression through the campaign, but despite all of this, I do need to pay close attention to what's happening in the game. I'm talking about positioning as well as debuffs, so on and so forth. So and this actually is one of the tougher areas for, well, not harder than Port Valbury, but tougher when it comes to harder when it comes to monsters that are hitting you in melee range.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, I'll go straight to this devotion shrine. Alright, so after this thing, I believe I'm going to go for I do need to have 3 more when it comes to yellow. I believe 6 is the threshold, yep, and also 3 when it comes to green green points. So Behemoth perhaps, as well as Solemn Watcher with the heal constellation. At least this is the plan. Alright, I do see several elites. 3 to be more precisely. Alright, let's put up our totems and continue clearing this place. I should have also went back towards Homestead and checked their... Well, I believe I already did this on previous stream. When it comes to revered status, you can only wear their equipment starting from level 75, I believe. That's when I'm talking about. That's when I'm talking about vanilla factions.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, anyone here? Oh, just one bloom. And several of those Leaf Main Ragers. Oh, I almost forgot, there will be a boss in this place, a Manticore, from which you cannot life leech at all. No matter how high of a life leech percentage you'll have, you cannot life leech from this boss. It's not a Manticore that guards the entrance to the Ancient Grove, it's actually a Manticore that is an Ancient Grove itself. I thought it was worth to mention, since despite me telling you that yes, this character have a great healing capabilities, there will be some monsters that will deny you the opportunity to get some life from them. So in that case, you just have to resort to kiting and hitting them from a distance.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
Alright, slowly but surely moving to the entrance of Ancient Grove.
Can't do that yet.
Oh, I see an elite. Never mind, he is already dead. Initially, without applying those rates that give you bonus faction gains, you're gonna get, like, I believe at the beginning 40 something from a regular monster, from regular elite, excuse me. And then 60 and plus when it comes to next threshold, and finally you're gonna get like
I can't do that yet.
finally you're gonna be getting 87 like I am right now, so when it comes to leveling your alts, your fresh characters from scratch, with the help of those treats as well as potions of clarity, you'll definitely not going to have any problems with picking up those faction gear sooner rather than later. I do need to go and just sell this stuff, to be honest, before entering the Ancient Grove. This is not vendor,
I'll give you a good
this
price
is
on it.
vendor. I am considering of replacing this ring with one of those dead life seals ring. Which I had bought from Order of the Dead's Vigil. And let's sell this stuff as well.
Put it to good use. Got something you need stashed?
I just wanted to check also what type of augments I had applied. So by the looks of it, it's Order of the Dead's Vigil augment. This armor I cannot wear just yet. Oh, actually, good thing that I had double checked. I'm going to equip this armor on next level, when I will reach level 58. Same with those shoulders that I'm going to equip right now. This helmet, I'll save it for later.
It's safe with me. Promise.
It might seem like a not good of an idea considering the fact that this helmet has a higher armor, but if you look closely, it actually has low vitality damage percentage as well as vitality decay, so despite having a good armor parameter, I will be experiencing a loss when it comes to my overall damage output. Also, I just now noticed that you can buy equipment from Order of the Dead's Vigil already from Homestead. Yeah, so as you can see at level 70 only. So I am here primarily for this stuff. Yep.
Put it to good use.
Then I need to go to inventory in Devil's Crossing to put this newly acquired gear, and then go back towards Ancient Grove.
Tinkering is my specialty.
Let's keep the add-on. And also going to keep the add-on. And apply this thing on this ring. Alright.
Be safe out there.
So now that this is done, let's continue with the Ancient Grove. When it comes to the Dead Room as well as Slither Gates, I believe, well, the bosses in excuse me, in this place, I should not have that big of a problem against them, because like I said, the longer the fight goes, the more safer I am feeling, as well as more damaging I am becoming. Oh, this was a not the Shamblers. You believe I actually consider a Shamblers to be dangerous foes when it comes to attack from a distance, because of the fact that they have such a huge physical damage from them as well as stunning effect, so getting unlucky and getting killed by those floating rocks that you haven't spotted, especially amidst challenging fight, is actually a bad thing in my opinion. There was one instance when I had played that night, I believe it was on Elite, not on Normal, so I was in a fight against two Elites, and between them, I believe from 12 to 15 meters away, there were 4 or 3 Shamblers which simultaneously throw those rocks at me, and I was standing in one place and hitting those monsters. I got hit by those 3 rocks immediately. Ghoulish Hunger procced, Menhir's Will procced, and my HP went from 100% to like 15 or 20% despite me wearing heavy armor, having damage absorption, so on and so forth. So this is why this quote-unquote nonsense is definitely going to surprise you for the first time that you encounter it, this unpleasant effect. Right, Trial of Corruption. That shouldn't be that difficult in my opinion. Yeah, unless those boars that immediately have the opportunity to charge straight at you. Right, final wave. Yep, there's your trial of corruption. So, like I said, for this character, it's not that difficult. Initially, I was thinking that you cannot run on this ground, and you only can run around this thing, just because previously, if you had played and you remember something about Ether Ground, you cannot stand on it for too long, so knowing that you actually can run in this room make things way easier, in my opinion. Alright, so I'm thinking about moving straight into this worm boss. Actually, I lost some points from my Bloody Pox effect. I'll improve... Well, I'll put them back on, just because those rings from Order of the Dead's Vigil gave me extra 2 points in the skill. Yeah, those plants can be annoying, especially if you're running through those roads and they are constantly shooting at you from a distance, so better to deal with them now. Shamblers. No, not the Shamblers. This is a very bad spot. I was managed to get myself surrounded just by running straight into Manticores. Alright. Let's go this time to the left. And visit the friendly flower guy. Or thing that actually acts as a vendor. I knew that those crabs will spawn in this place, so I preemptively decided to put my totems up. Vitality no, poison, but without poison, nothing without poison. Let's check rings. And medals, nothing useful. Blueprints, already learned. Learned. Yeah. So nothing useful from you. I believe on next difficulties he'll sell something different, if I'm not mistaken.
Can't do that yet.
But first you have to get to the next difficulty. Oh, come on, again with those Shamblers. This is a boss battle room. So I'm just clearing its surrounding areas first. Actually, let's go straight into it. The thing about this boss battle, you actually can utilize, if you're playing ranged or melee, you can utilize those pillars to kite him and dodge against his shots, his range shots that he's attacking me with right now. So that's a lot of damage, not gonna lie. I mean, for a melee character, I would assume that this fight is going to be even more difficult, but for ranged, manageable, let's just say. Not the easiest part, not the hardest, but manageable.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, leveled up once more. I forgot to get rid of the Salid plant. I am wondering, like, can you play someone like with the combination of, I mean, effectively, can you play with the soldier and this guy, occultist, with this thing in mind, with Soleil's Witchfire, as well as Sigil of Consumption? I mean, Shaman and Occultist, excuse me, not Soldier and Occultist. And utilizing mostly your auto attacks rather than skills. Well, skills also, but auto attacks for single target damage. And with Shaman utilizing like a Wendigo totem. With same type of damage being vitality damage. Would be interesting to see, in my opinion.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, so this area has been cleared. I do need to move on to the next area. That's as soon as I will deal with those boars. Yeah, so as you can see already, I'm respected with Coven of Ugdenbog, so I'll have the Honored also. I mean, yeah, the next one is Honored in no time.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, let's get rid of those poison blooms. One of them is resurrecting, fine. And continue exploration.
Can't do that.
Yeah, so just keep in mind that your totems are your friends and you need to either
That skill's not ready.
position monsters closer to them or your character closer to them. So this thing in mind, only then you need to worry about your positioning as well. I mean, in general, your character positioning. Oh, there was 3 elites. I thought I only spotted 2 of them. Haven't even seen, to be honest, the 3rd one. Let's not go into melee range. That was foolish of me to do. And instead attack them from a distance. I am going to go towards the optional ethereal infested area in this place. Just for extra experience sake. I believe... No, it's a little bit further up. Oh no, it's this one actually. Crumbling wall. Yeah, let's get rid of you guys first. I believe there will be demons in this area as well. Yeah, like those white parasites. Long time no seen. Boy, do they hurt a lot in melee range. I mean, from a perspective thing, if they are hurting you that hard right now, you can just imagine how tough of a life it will be for you if you are going to go into ultimate difficulty without acquiring your necessary armor and endgame components. I am looking for this crab boss in this area. I mean, he was definitely running around. He's running around these places, so... It's worth checking. Yeah, but first I do need to deal with those manticores. That was strange. I initially thought that those demons will spawn a little bit earlier. Oh, come on, now they... That was a very bad display from my part, to be honest. Because how fast they managed to drop my health, as well as me once again getting surrounded by them, so... Yeah, if possible, do not repeat the same mistake that I was doing right now. Alright, I do need to visit those ethereal guys first. So... Wait, what? From where did this came? Interesting. And also I haven't seen this crab guy, crab boss. Oh, this is him? Where have you been? I mean, it was weird seeing him right now, when I had already cleared most of the stuff. Wait a second. Do I need to go a bit lower? Yep. Oh, come on, elites. No elite. Let's use curse on as much targets as possible. You have a higher chance of proccing your Wendigo mark with this thing in mind. Alright. I had managed to persevere. That's good. I will clear those ethereals as well before going and trying to search for a loot in this place. Well, some of it. Alright, and where is my guaranteed legendary? That I am definitely going to sell. Yep, it's this thing. Yeah, the thing that was happening right there when I encountered demons, this is definitely was sketchy, dodgy, call it however you want to call it, but this, first of all, it wasn't a good display from my part, and secondly, because of that, I'm more and more thinking of reserving only to a ranged based fights rather than me trying to go into melee range. Despite me, yes, I do have great healing, but healing, well, it's not going to, in my opinion, overcome the damage output from monsters, especially if they are in big groups. Why are those acid pools does not vanish? Weird. Alright, so I am approaching the final boss of this ancient grove. Oh, a lore note I will collect after I'll defeat the final boss. Which shouldn't be that difficult, to be honest. Once more, because of the fact that I'm going to put a lot of totems up. The second fight will be a bit difficult. Where is he? Oh, come on, I messed up my totem setup. So I do need to reposition myself a bit. Yeah, so as you can see, those skeletons forces him to move only back and forward. Second phase. I do need to watch out for his volcanoes. Anything else I should survive, but... Alright, time to... Actually, no, he's... Yep, this is the time where I need to run. Let's reposition totems. A lot of damage. Yep. Right, so I defeated him. Need to also... Oh, so it's not boss who have the ability to reduce your resistance, but also those plants as well. I believe I got a blueprint, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Eggrivix Malice. And a lore note, which I immediately will read. Alright, let's escape the grove and speak with McDragon for a quest reward. So... Now that that has been done, the next thing for me is to continue clearing the Ugdenbach area. As well as doing some of the side quest stuff along the way. Actually, I can check how many faction gains, so respected. I do have some of it until the honor status.
That skill's not
When it comes to how well this character had cleared Ancient Growth when compared to a Death Knight, I can definitely say... Wait. I can... Yep, I do. I can definitely say that when it comes to damage, output, this character has managed to outscale the Death Knight performance there, but when it comes to survivability, as well also damage and crowd control, because I did not have on normal difficulty my Warcry or any of my other crowd control abilities. So with those two things in mind, a Conjurer definitely takes a lead, but when it comes to his tankiness, no, he's definitely was suffering a lot from those monsters.
My inventory is full.
Alright, I do need to go back and sell some stuff, by the looks of it. Let's continue selling our items in Coven's Refuge.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Yes, level 65, sadly. Sadly, I'm not there yet. Wait, did I sell something with lightning? Oh. Physical converted to acid and lightning. You have the opportunity to get your good rifle for lightning damage as well as bonuses towards primal strike, but you need to keep searching for it by re-entering and entering back the Ancient Grove territory and visiting the flower vendor. This is useful if you decide to go with the primal strike as your main damaging ability. So far, when it comes to those items that I have collected from the Ancient Grove, same deal, most of it is junk. Yeah, like books with elemental damage. I believe I just sell something with vitality damage, vitality decay. Oh, never mind. Not going to thoroughly search back all of those items. Fire burn. This could be better in my opinion than mine 292 armor. Yeah, like definitely a better option. Oh, never mind, I'm at level 58. I just remembered I do have a armor in my inventory, in my transfer stash, that I was saving for this purpose.
See you around.
Alright, so let's put those components into transfer stash and
Something you need stashed?
pick from it this armor. I cannot put this thing here because it's a quest item, which means I do need to put it here. I lose some of the chaos resistance if I'm going to equip this belt. As well as I lose the proc life stealer. Or actually... yeah, those two I will sell.
I'll hold on to that for you. Come see what's left of my wares.
And this thing, Pierce Eater Resistance. It doesn't have Vitality Decay on it. It has a lot of Chaos Resistance in return. Yeah, sure, like... let's sell it. I have made my decision. Perhaps it wasn't the best one, but nonetheless, let's not just stand there and waste viewers' time by me trying to pick up the best item at this moment.
Specialty.
Keeping add-on as usual, same thing here. Keeping add-on and reapplying it back. Alright.
Goodbye for now.
Let's continue with the Ugdenbok area. So where was I? I was going to go and kill this witch. Alright, an elite. Yeah, those guys definitely have vitality resistance, because other elites, even more tankier ones, like those trees and flowers, when they are getting hit by my vitality damage totems, as well as curses, they are dying way faster than those ghosts. Alright, so she is dead. And also the thing that I am doing right now, you can actually do this sort of stuff. I mean, the same. I'm talking about the completion of the killing of the switch, as well as picking up those quest items. This will allow you to preemptively do your quests, even before you will able to talk with the quest giver that will ask of you to gather those items or kill those NPCs. Just by searching this area thoroughly, as well as killing monsters, speaking with NPCs, you will have, even without knowing, you will play by playing first time, even without knowing, you'll complete several of the quests by this method, with the help of this method. So in my opinion, this area is worth full clearing, even on the higher difficulties, unless you already have your
That skill's not ready.
faction gains with Coven's Refuge, and you are not looking for anything specific from monsters, then by no means you can skip most of it. But if you haven't, be sure to check your uncharted territories around this place. This will actually, like I said, allow you to gain a lot of experience points faster just by later on clicking two dialogue options from NPCs that will ask of you to do this sort of quests.
Can't do that.
A lot of plants, a lot of crabs in this area. That's as expected. The one thing I believe is completely optional for you in this Sugden block territory is a killing of a boss, which looks exactly like Lochorian. I mean, only without red colors on him, and he deals, instead of chaos damage and vitality damage, he deals he deals elemental damage, lightning damage, freezing damage. But his model, I mean the boss model, looks exactly like Lochorian. If you are not aware, Lochorian is the final boss of original campaign. I mean, to be honest, when reading those lore notes, I haven't seen, I mean, seen is not the better word. I did not understood what is the connection of those two quote-unquote beings being similar to one another. It was interesting initially, but later on you start to ask yourself, so why are they look alike? And nothing in this game actually tells you why are they similar to one another. Alright, so slowly but surely moving upwards. To be honest, that's the part of the lore that I haven't understood or researched yet. I mean, what's the catch with those two? If I am talking also about the lore, I should also add the fact that, well, one thing that also feels kinda strange in my opinion is the reusage, being the good word to phrase it, of the same monsters when it comes to Tomb of Heretic, which is a roguelike dungeon in Forgotten Gods. I mean, yes, some of monsters right there, that's the keyword, looks new and fresh, but most of those demons, and yes, quote-unquote spoiler, if you haven't reached this point yet, most of those demons will look exactly like the same demons you had fought in the original campaign. The only difference being is, yes, they have a blue color on them instead of red. So, and in the lore, it actually says you in this sort of a mysterious fashion, like, this is your new quote-unquote species that came from afar because main bad guy in this roguelike dungeon tried to summon them, so on and so forth. So to me, it was just more like, well, they are same demons, only colored in blue. They also have the same exact attacks. It's not like they have same models but new attacks, like this guy, optional guy on the wooden block. No, they actually have same attacks, so it's like whatever. I do have a lot, I mean, some way to go until I will reach my exclusive skill from Occultist skill tree, which is going to be Possession. Alright, let's continue. Actually, I'm going to go straight to the right first, to be honest, just because I want to kill this optional boss.
That skill's not ready.
The main difference in a fight between them is also that he summons a lot of, well, not a lot, but 2 waves of slits for the help. And he deals way more damage than Locorian. Especially his Whirlpool ability.
That skill's not ready.
I am double checking whether or not I missed something around those areas or not. It seems like I have checked everything, so let's go there. Hopefully everything will be fine when it comes to this boss, because I do not want to get blown up by him. But like I said, this area is completely optional. The only difference being is that this place has a shrine that you can restore, but only on ultimate difficulty. So not on normal, on elite. On normal, on elite, you'll only have your lore notes that you can read, as well as boss encounter with the boss. Nothing more, nothing less. Yeah, so in general it will be good if you can like aggro those blood scales closer to those lines before you enter this place. Yeah, those tentacles hit a lot. And trust me, they will.
That skill's not ready.
I am watching for this nasty Whirlpool ability. I am getting blown up, to be honest. Getting blown up by his physical attacks. Use my curses, use everything that I can, just for healing purposes. Hopefully I will able to withstand his barrage with the help of my healing pot. Yeah, kinda tricky, to be honest, to deal with this guy. Especially as a caster. And he didn't... Well, Vitality, Chaos damage. Yeah, sure. But like I said, this guy is optional if you do not want to kill him, or you do not feel that you can kill him, skip him, you're not going to lose anything. I just wanted to see how, at this stage of the game, my character fares against him, and things were not looking that great, to be honest. With the Death Knight, I had more... Even on normal difficulty, I had a safer time against him. This fight wasn't so dodgy. So this by default means that on higher difficulties I will approach this guy only if I'll have something that can either fully heal me from critical condition, or if I'm going to have a good amount of armor absorption, armor absorption, damage absorption from his attacks. So with that said, I'll continue this streaming in a minute. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, now that I'm back, let's continue on going through those Ugdenbach areas. And I'll actually use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all of those who perhaps has just tuned in or had started watching the stream from the beginning, or any of other Grim Dawn videos when it comes to my channel. Nonetheless, once again, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Slenderyevits, and I'm playing a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with veteran included. Playing as a conjurer, combination between occultist and shaman, with the main goal of getting on the ultimate Dark One set. My main means of dealing damage is vitality damage. When it comes to skills, I'm utilizing mostly totems for dishing out my
That skill's not
for creating my offense. If you have anything that you want to ask in chat regarding the game aspects or just in general, you can swiftly do it. I mean, you can freely do it. I'll do my best to answer them. When it comes to other parts of this character playthrough or my previous character, Death Knight playthrough, you can check them on either on Twitch video on demand or on YouTube channel. All the links you can find in the description. This character I am utilizing template that I will later on will be linking as a Grim Tools link. There you can check exactly how this character will look like at level 100, what types of gear will he be wearing, what types of components, so on and so forth. And also from time to time I'm going to analyze more thoroughly certain aspects like defensive aspect, protection aspect from this character compared to Death Knight, just because I want to this stream not only be entertainment to watch but also sort of an educational one when it comes to what are the drawbacks and advantages of utilizing one character over the other. Alright. Have I opened the Ugdenbach Rift? I did. So I'm more than halfway through with this swamp. I just need to search for the missing sister, I mean traveling witches. I do need to go to the north. Through the right road, it seems. So far, when it comes to how well this character is performing when compared to Death Knight, he is definitely, like I said, the longer the fight goes, the stronger he actually becomes because of his ability to stack more and more totems, as well as apply curses, life leeching abilities, or attack damage conversion to health abilities if you want to utilize this game terminology. He is definitely vulnerable to melee attacks, any kind of them right now, it seems. And perhaps I should add one thing more, that he is going to be vulnerable against those foes that will not allow him to heal with the help of his abilities. One of them actually can be spotted in the Coven's, in the Ancient Grove territory. I am talking about the Manticore, that no matter what character you are playing and how high your attack damage conversion to life is, this Manticore does not allow you to heal from her. Alright, let's go here as well. Actually, I believe there is a passage to the north, and this area will be useful for me only a little bit later, when I will start dealing the Barrowholm quests. Alright, those guys are dead. Lots of flowers. I mean, yeah, they are being called blooms, but I call them flowers. Alright, let's curse them. Same with this guy. Oh, another elite, great. Curse him as well. I am also using a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to auto pick up blueprints, lore notes, components, but as well as highlighting my character's HP bar, monster's HP bar, as well as debuffs that you are using on them. So for you it will be a bit easier to keep track of what sort of skill you have applied and what you haven't. But the sole purpose of me utilizing this mod is this graph, the incoming DPS as well as offensive and defensive ability. It actually shows how much damage my character is receiving from what source. So it becomes easier to play and focus more on your weak points, turn them into strong points. I'll go into this area. I believe this is an optional cave where you can fight a plant boss in it. Yeah, when it comes to this place, I always try to help her instead of fighting her. So the gist of it is, if you decide to help Barrowholm faction, they will ask of you to kill her. And you'll have your opportunity to do so by several options. And that's without spoiling too much. So, but I, instead, when I had played the Death Knight, whoops, clicked on the wrong thing, always decide to help her. Oh, there will be a lot of plants in this place, as well as those trees. A good thing that I just can put preemptively my totems up and not wait that much for those plants to transform into their second form. and just continue to move around. Of course, if it's possible. Like I said, without throwing your caution out of the way. I got stuck against those trees. So, while clearing this cave, I'll definitely going to analyze and present for you guys, elaborate on some of these abilities, why I'm using this ability, what's the purpose behind it. So let's start with the Indigo Totem. This is one of the ability that deals damage to enemies, but most importantly it has in AoE, so not a single target but AoE damage. Most importantly, this ability has the option to restore chunks of your HP back, so healing purposes is always nice to have, especially in this character. The next thing that I'm going to mention is Storm Totem with its modifier Corrupted Storm that turns 100% of your lightning damage into vitality damage. This is once again yet another damaging ability from me, which also has a constellation proc attached to it, Twin Fangs, that has a 15% chance of activating when a monster is getting hit. Those Twin Fangs allow you to once again heal, as well as deal vitality damage to your foes, and they have the option to pass through enemies. When it comes to my next ability, Curse of Frailty, this is mostly my crowd control and resistance reduction ability. But because of its high uptime as well as AoE, good AoE range, I decided to put Wendigo Mark on it, which has a 15% chance on quote-unquote attack. The game thinks of attack as if every second something is going on with the monster, so every second that this curse is active, and it has a 12-second duration period, it has a chance to proc Wendigo Mark on your targets, which once again deals more vitality damage and more healing presented to you. Then we have Bloody Pox. This I will use as a activator of Raise of the Dead, because once again it has a high uptime. Then as a bonus you have reduction to enemies' health as well as vitality damage, but that's not that important on this ability. Mainly I'm utilizing it for offensive ability reduction from this skill that I'm currently leveling, Wasting. It is a modifier to this effect. And finally I have Devouring Swarm, which serves as yet another healing and resistance reduction ability. And it also has a chance to pass through enemies, so it makes a good option when you want to pick up something for your AoE fights against big groups of monsters. Alright, this plant is almost dead. Yep, now it's dead. And since I'm getting hit kinda hard by those trees, I'm going to leave this cave. So this is my current setup when it comes to skills and their purpose behind it. Later on, as soon as I will be finished with Bloody Pox, I'm going to go for Sigil of Consumption, excuse me. And I'm going to attach this proc, Will of Rotosh, straight to the Sigil, which will serve as yet another resistance reduction to enemies, and Sigil itself have a good attack damage conversion to life. when it comes to what constellations I am leveling, right now I am going for the Solemn Watcher to have more defense, but most importantly, yellow nuts to unlock the ability to level up. To level the Ratosh constellation, so other ones include Bat, Jackal, Wendigo, Revenant, Lotus, as well as Sailor's Guide. Right now that this cave has been cleared, let's actually search for those missing sisters. Witches.
That skill's not ready.
And there will be yet another cave optional area in which you can complete a side quest, but most importantly, you can restore there a shrine, which will grant you your devotion point. Yeah, so as you can see, those fangs actually sporadically have a chance to shoot either through targets or to a certain target. That depends on, to be honest, on RNG. You'll never know when and where exactly they are going to fly. But you should always keep in mind that if you are hitting something with your abilities with this character, you are definitely healing. I mean, let's rephrase it. Something with a health bar on it, like a monster or boss. Because the environment also have a health bar, but you cannot heal from it. Alright, so those are those sisters, which I need to rescue.
Can't do that.
Alright, let's deal with those Wendigos as well. You can see from time to time my HP changing drastically, excuse me, back and forward, but that's mostly connected with the fact that I do have a very low physical resistance as well as armor rating in general, so that by default means that every regular auto attack from any monster or a boss is going to damage me quite a lot. This is actually this character's vulnerability. Is the fact that he doesn't have a lot of damage absorption or reduction, as well as in general like high defensive ability. At least when leveling. Later on, things perhaps will change to the better, hopefully not to the worse. But as of right now, the things are the way they are. I believe I'm approaching the barrow home, yep. I do not need to go here just yet. Instead, I would prefer to go in this area for a devotion point. Yep, this is the entrance to ruins.
That skill's not ready.
Let's open up the sarcophagus and then fight against several raids, excuse me. Alright, and then the only area that hasn't been cleared is this one. I also believe that even if you're killing regular monsters, you're still gaining some amount of reputation gains from your friendly faction. Oh, an elite right there. Who is already dead. Yeah, this Ugdenbach area is almost over. Next area will be Barrowholm, closer to Barrowholm faction. I will only return back to Ugdenbach when I need to complete faction quests from Coven's Refuge. Yep, so this is your devotion altar that I have talked about. So to unlock this I need 10. To get 10 I need to go for this as well, I believe, yep. Those undeads, I believe, actually are the only undeads that you will encounter in this DLC. Oh, and this goes by the looks of it. I mean, if I remember correctly, he requires a Wendigo spirit for you to collect and free him. So let's go to Coven's Refuge and pick up the Wendigo spirit.
Got something you need stashed?
It's, I believe, yep, it's this one.
I'll keep an eye on this.
If you do not have any of them just yet, you can collect them from killing those Wendigos, which you'll encounter many more on your way to the Malmouth Proud Barrowholm. Alright, I have achieved Honored with Coven of Ugdenbach. Yet still I haven't reached my 65, well, level 65 threshold. This is my threshold when it comes to buying new equipment from them. So now let's go straight into Barrowholm. Straight to the Barrowholm. This is actually one side area that has nothing in it other than those plants. Yes, as well as some of those corpses that you can click on, but that's not the sole purpose. I was initially trying to say that you, on your way to Barrowholm, should just run there and check whether or not you'll have anything interesting in it. Because you might think that this is yet another crossroad for another territory, and it's actually not. It's just a dead end. Oh, and I believe also they will not have their faction vendors just yet. You'll have to complete several quests from them initially before you'll have your...
I can't open that.
before you'll have your opportunity to buy from them their equipment. And this, the thing that you just saw, this is going to be your choice whether or not you'll, especially if you are collecting the lore notes and reading them throughout this place, this is going to be your choice of helping Barrowholm faction or not. I will refer to the thing that one viewer has said to me. If you decide, well, morally or not to help the faction, you'll have to kill them, as well as go into this basement and check what they have been up to, what they were planning to do, so on and so forth. But should you decide to help them, well, if you are going to kill them, you'll immediately can go forward with your main quest and not worry about them anymore. But if you do this, you'll lose the opportunity to buy from them their equipment as well as their quest line. So this is your this is your choice that excuse me. This is your choice that you have to make. Either you want to help them or not. I am just running and collecting their lore notes, like I said, for extra experience. And smashing doors on my way.
See anything you like?
I'll sell some stuff for this guy then, because I am running low on when it comes to inventory space. Wait, what? Vitality chaos damage. Without vitality decay though. Sure. I mean, the more armor I have, the better it will be in the long run. Retaliation, no thank you. So far, no good offhand until this point. Actually... no, it's plus Dreek's Evil Eye. Dreek's Evil Eye, I assume it's actually the poison ability. It's not vitality damage. this had vitality damage, but also bonus to pets, so immediately it's a no-go for me. Fire damage, pierce cold. Sure.
See you around.
Sadly, they do not have a stash which you can put your components in.
Welcome, traveler. Oh, cutting right through the formalities. Glad you agree.
It's locked.
So you do need to complete 2 quests, one of them being is saving the people that are lost, as well as restoring their totems. All of this can be found straight near this village, so you'll not have to go that far away from it. As you can see, I already saw one of those stars right there, so
Can't do that.
and usually their quests are not that hard to complete. I mean, one of them is you need to go to the mine, and believe it or not, you're actually going to slay yet another giant crab in it. So perhaps they have something against crabs.
That skill's not.
I should put my bloody pox on the tougher targets other than those not that hard to deal with Wendigos. Because, like I said, bloody pox takes 1 second to activate its disease. It's not an instant thing that you can rely on, so keep this thing in mind.
That skill's not ready.
So those are your first group of survivors. That was weird. I had managed to run past by this fence.
Can't do that.
An elite right there also. Yeah, this arcane guy does not or will not present to you any threat, any significant threat. You might want to ask why. Well, arcane elites have the ability to remove your active toggle auras. I do not have any of them right now, but when I had played that night, I had my field command, my Alaron's Rage active, as well as I believe the Spectral Torment, Spectral Red, well, the buff from Necromancer. So with this character, I will have my Possession active, so they have the... If you have something active on your toolbar, which will be displayed right here, do not think that this is a bug. If suddenly against an arcane elite, you will see that your auras will disappear. Alright. Did I miss something right there? Nope, I didn't. So I'll just go, to be honest, straight into this mine. And only after it complete this open area stuff, just because I know that I can do this preemptively. But do not worry if you haven't done it before. You just have to know that you'll eventually supposed to go to this mine, and like I said, you'll need to kill a giant crab in it at the end. And that's their last quest for at this moment. Lots of crabs. And an elite snake. I mean, yeah, it's basilisk, but... if it looks like a snake, I'm going to call it a snake. This guy should be dead. I believe to reach the crab you need to seek to... not to the left borders of the map, but actually to the right borders. So this... I have made a bit of a mistake right there, but no worries. More experience. More of a stuff to complete. No, more stuff to complete. I cannot go through here, I need to go upwards. Wait, how did he... oh, this is how. Crab was smarter than me for a second. You'll see from time to time those venom bile gaze that are dropping from those basilisks. This is actually, like I said, a part of your quest which you will be completing for Coven's Refuge later on, so collecting them now and stashing them into your personal stash, it's not a bad idea at all. Because later when a quest giver will ask of you to bring them, you're just going to click on the line that I already have them. More crabs. Alright, I had managed to reach a treasure trove. Always useful. This is a perfect choke point because of a narrow passage. I wonder if I can aggro them here. Oh, it's not that big of a difference, but still. Yeah, the only problem of me going into this mine is that I need to go backwards mostly on foot, but you'll have the opportunity to just teleport to Barrowholm. In my opinion, you should use it. Yeah, so this is the crab that you need to kill. Just continue to kite him around and avoid his melee attacks if possible, especially if you're a caster. And you should be good to go. Wait, 187 with Uldenbog? Oh, that means with them I also applied a writ as well. Fine. Yeah, so now just teleport back to Barrowholm and continue your exploration of the open areas. You still have to find and restore 2 more totems, I believe, and rescue 1 more group of people to finish with their quests. I had watched what will happen if you like decide to go against them. Like I said, you'll have to kill them and you lose your opportunity to buy their equipment as well as complete their quest line. Also, you'll get a better, well, not additional lore notes, additional story. Why exactly they are behaving in a strange quote-unquote fashion. Why are they referred to Wendigo spirit and so on and so forth. So as well as you'll fight a boss in a cellar. So this is what happens if you go full ham against them.
That skill's not ready.
I should check this area as well, just for the sake of it.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, it's a good idea to go there. It's just those survivors can spawn in completely different places. Wait, what is here? I mean, not also survivors, but those totems. Why haven't I checked this one? This passage? Yeah, it was a good call. It was definitely a good call.
Can't do that.
There is another totem that you need to restore. I mean, ward. So the only thing that for you to left is to rescue another group of survivors, and you'll be good to go.
Can't do that.
Actually, no, I'll need to rephrase it. The next thing that they will ask of you is to go for... You remember the NPC that does not want to talk with her if you approach her? Who is also having some form of wards near her, so they will ask of you to get rid of her.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, like I said, the longer the fight goes, the more beneficial it's to you, rather than enemies, despite fighting against several of the elites. You'll still overcome any challenges with this character. Unless you're playing recklessly, but that's the other topic.
Can't do that.
So nothing there. So either those last group will be here or here. Like I said, they have a random chance of spawning in certain areas, so you'll never know where exactly they will be on the map. Even Grim Tools will show you several locations, several areas. Despite having only 2 groups of survivors, you'll practically see 4 or 5 different areas of spawning.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, let's cast something on them, debuff them. Yes, sadly, by the looks of it, they are not here.
Can't do that.
Only those crabs and ragers are here. Oh, never mind. I'm actually in luck. They are here. I was initially thought of going all the way back to the western area, or the area which I haven't checked previously.
Can't do that yet.
Oh, this is definitely was a bad spot to be in. Well, good thing that I managed to get rid of this elite along the way. Oh, you know what I had missed? I just remembered. I had missed on the Ugden, despite clearing whole Ugdenbach area, I believe I have missed there a boss. I mean, this tree that has an opportunity to go straight from the ground and attack you. There is a chance that one of them is actually going to be a boss. So this is why I was surprised that I haven't seen him on my way to the battle home. Perhaps he also have a random chance of appearing. Oops. So the only uncharted area is here. I'm not going to bother on checking it. I'll instead go straight to battle home. Let me turn my camera a bit. By the way, I do hope that their gear is actually going to be better when it comes to vitality damage, but we shall see. Alright, 2 quests are done.
A blessed well.
So now I can check their faction vendors, I believe. Oh no, I actually do need to complete this guy's.
I am thoroughly. We've always had.
Yeah, I believe to reach the area you need to go here. Let me double check. And she will be... in this place, yep. It's a bit confusing at first to determine where you should need to go exactly. But just remember that your mark on the map is your Ugdenbach Rift, and from there you need to move north. Because as soon as you'll have the quest and you move closer to the entrance to Larias, then it will point a star on your minimap.
I don't know who you are.
And now you can just go back to Barrowholm and talk to them to complete the quest. Yes, and hopefully right now I will be able to check the factional vendor from them. First though, I need to talk with them. Alright, let's go here.
Have you dealt with that pet? So while the ethereals.
Yeah, so for now you cannot continue their quest line. You can do this a little bit later. Oh, actually, never mind. Barrowholm has not have a bonus reputation with them. So you need to do their quest a bit later. Not right now. Yeah, so I was talking when the one friendly faction with whom I wasn't able to reach the weird status yet on my Dead Knight character was actually Barrowholm, as you can see. Every other friendly faction have their pluses, bonus plus 150, with the exception of them.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
But let's check their equipment. +2 to grasping vines. No, that's not the thing that I want. Reaping strike? I do not even know what this means. Actually, I believe I do mean what this means. It's actually an ability. No, it's feral hunger, it's not reaping strike.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Weird. White, let's type it wrong. Alright, so this mask, its caster helmet, could be good, but I would prefer something from Coven. This shoulders. Oh, never mind. Those ones actually better. Yep, definitely. I do need to buy this thing. And yes, this chest armor as well. It looks like I will buy helmet from Coven's Refuge and... or from here. Well, it depends. From Coven's Refuge it will give me +2 to my Wendigo totem. And then I'll buy heavy shoulders as well as heavy chest armor as soon as I'll reach level 65. What about second mark, second threshold? 84. Vitality chaos damage, but Doombolt. No, it's something with chaos. Vitality decay. I do not know about those two things yet compared to Coven's Refuge. River's Hunger. As you can see, because of the fact that I haven't reached the weird with them yet, those blueprints I haven't learned. Because if you have learned those blueprints, you will get your sign that will mark that you have already learned it. +1 skill to Necromancer. Yeah, sure. Alright, so... oh, I actually do need to sell some stuff as well. Change it with mine, perhaps. I completely forgot to change boots, but oh well. Could be useful, but I do not know. No, this is definitely worse than mine. Let's check the rest. Old Frostburn. And those are quest items, so I do need to speak with the Coven's Refuge.
You chose to, and now the altar of Ratosh is a rare place in Cairn where one can. Now that you have, ever since the. Do you have perfect deep beneath good? You will find.
Yeah, so this is the option that I was talking about to you guys. If you have preemptively cleared the most of the map, then when they will ask of you to bring their quest items and whatnot, you have the option to just click yes, I already have them, and you should be good to go without even thinking of it, and gain a bunch of experience in the process.
Iron well spent.
So I do need to talk with her.
Goradia, it appears yet not far.
And restore the wards. Yep, so as you can see, a bunch of quests has been completed. More than half level I have gained in terms of experience points. So everything is good and working towards the later stages of this DLC. But when it comes to this stream, this is going to be it, guys. I would like to thank everyone who was watching it. Whether you have watched from the beginning, from the middle, closer to the end, does not matter. If you want to watch previous parts of this playthrough or this part, it will be uploaded sooner on my YouTube channel. Now you can watch it on Twitch video on demand. Same goes with other parts of Conjurer playthrough. If you want to check and see for yourself an edited video, short and concise, where I had elaborated more things towards beginners for this game, such as bosses' dangerous attacks, resistances that you can work with on certain stages of the game, resistances that you can neglect, you can check this guide on my YouTube channel, tips and tricks video. All the links, like I said, you can find in the description. Same thing goes for the other video that are catering towards more experienced players who want to tackle with Elite and Ultimate difficulty. There I have discussed with an edited format high components, endgame components that you need for defense, as well as some of the dangerous attacks from Nemesis bosses, some of the changes that the regular bosses have received when in terms of higher casting speed, attack speed, or slight changes in their fights changes in their phases of the fight in general. You can do the same thing by checking this Grim Dawn tips and tricks for Elite and Ultimate on YouTube channel. And if you want to check precise schedule concerning Grim Dawn stream or my brother's Darkest Dungeon stream, you can do it by checking out the schedule graph on Twitch channel, on YouTube in discussion section, on Facebook or Twitter. Once again, all the links you can find in the description of under the Twitch channel. With that said, also if you want to show your support in any way, shape or form, consider following the stream, consider subscribing to YouTube channel, leaving a like here or there, sharing videos. Your help is always appreciated and motivating us to continue to do this sort of thing. With all of that being said, once again, thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next stream. Take care.